Hey, shorties. Good to see you. Good to see you. Debbie Blair made it for alive. Yes. Danny's here. Good to see you. Ernie Birdie. Wait. I can't even do this. Poppy's here. Hi, Poppy. Say hi. Hi, Poppy. Hi, Poppy. Yes, sneeze on me. I love that for me. Yes, I love that for everyone. Karen's here. Yay, colors. Wait, colors. Prince Lover. Did I see Thomas is here? Yes, Thomas is here. I said, and Adam is here. Hi, babe. How are you going? Jerry, good to see you. Arizona. Lovely, lovely. We got Ernie. I said, hi, Ernie. Hey, fam. Hey, fam. So, an early start tonight. We are going to have a chat with Mr. Brian Albert. Well, actually, no, thank you. But we might have a review of his testimony from the Karen Reid trial, huh? Marianne, good to see you. Thank you for joining. Joe McGee. Wait, Colours, I said hello to you. Joe, yes, you made it live. Tim is here. Hello, hello, everybody. It's so good to see you. And lurkers, good to see you. Replay crew, thank you for watching on the replay if you can't make a live. If you are watching on the replay crew and you'd like to be in the live chat, there is a way to do a live chat replay. Adam has a special little thing that he could drop in the chat for me, please, Adam. But basically, in the comments section of the replay, if you swipe it to the left, it gives you the option to watch live chat replay if you're on a device that isn't a laptop or a desktop. So there's that, because our live chats are the best on YouTube, in my opinion, and many others' opinion. Did I see Steph? Steph's in the house. Ooh, that counting got up high. Wasn't Steph that fucked it? Discord counting. Thank you, Adam. So, replay crew, on mobile devices, to view live chat in replay, swipe left on the comment tab, and it will give you the option for the live chat instead. Sorry, I just got to fix my this. Karen's here. Oh, you went to an awesome standout today. That's amazing. Hey, on that note, while I think of it, let me just do a couple of things just for the minute. If you missed the live last night at 7, it doesn't matter when it was last night, with Jen Root, Beatrice, and Jason Broyles, aka not Haley Walbrecht. It was honestly such an honor and a privilege and a really powerful couple of hours. Check it out. But speaking of standouts, let me just, oh my goodness, I just got something in my ears. Wait. Let me just, so Adam made this beautiful background for that live. Thank you, Adam. Adam does all of my fabulous graphics. So blessed. Share this. So standouts. Let me just go back here. Comments. Hide the comments for a second. Oh, and I'm over Justin. So Justin Root was horrifically, unnecessarily slain on the 7th of February 2020 by 6 Boston police officers. No accountability. In fact, all of them were exonerated within 30 days. Disgusting. So, but on Wednesday, if you can see there on the screen, this coming Wednesday between 2 and 5 p.m. Out the front of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, which is in Canton. Can I see that? Shawmut Road, Canton, MA. Stronger Together. There is a Stronger Together members only emote in the chats, and also a Justin Root emote. We've also got Free Karen Reid and Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. I obviously need to have a Sandra Birchmore and an Enrique Delgado Garcia emote. Leave it with me. So if you can in any way be there or share out those details for people who might be able to be there on Wednesday, that would be amazing, because the corruption in Norfolk County and the District Attorney's Office and Boston PD, disgusting. So Jen and Jason and possibly Beatrice will be joining me again very soon, and I'd say regularly, to continue shining light into the disgusting lack of accountability being shown towards the Boston police officers and the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. It's just a shit show. So there's that. I'll mention it again a little bit later, but that stronger together. Stop sharing. That's me. Change this back. Oh, wait, let me just take off screen for a second so you can see the beautiful backdrop, and I'll come back. And if you can hear my dog, Poppy is eating biscuits in the background, if you can hear crunching. Okay, let me change this back to free Karen Reid for now. Easy peasy. So, shorties. Wait, that's not the right size. Oh, Adam, thank you. Shall we chat? Who else is here? Total shit show. That's right, Annie. The whole thing. Oh, Amber's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for coming. I know you've got a lot on your plate with the Delphi, with the Richard Allen trial. Don't even start me on that. But thank you for being here, Amber. I know you've got a lot on your plate and in your mind, both with moderating for other channels and also just headspace taken up by the injustices being served in Delphi at the moment. Who else is here? We've got Mello's arrest warrant. Yeah, it was beautiful. Here, Curious Wendy's here. I hope I don't miss people. If I've missed you and you're here, thank you for being here. Love, 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 love. Okay. Michael's here. Yes. Barbaric, yes. Justin Root's case is unthinkable. Oh, the poor family, the poor man. And you know what? Massachusetts do better. So, shall we get going? Yes. So we are not going to go through Lally. You're welcome. Trigger warning. No trigger warning. No Lally. Trigger warning, Brian Albert, though, right? Ashley's here. Good to see you, Ashley. We've been reviewing all the testimonies. Well, many, not all. We might get there eventually, from the Karen Reid trial. And tonight we continue with that. I think it's a timely thing to talk about Brian Albert. It's a long one, so I will be on 1.5x speed, skipping through and zooming through as much as possible, so we're not here all night. But you can be. I've got all day. There's no stream after this. We're just doing this focus. We're going to stay on topic. All right, what am I doing? We're professional. Oh, also one more thing. If you are distracted by or overly stimulated or distracted by the neon border around the outside, I mean, I'm not, but if you are, there is a way to eliminate that from your screen, from your vision. All you need to do is zoom in onto the screen and zoom in a bit and crop it out. Easy peasy, yeah? So there's that. Share. Okay. Full screen. So silent. Oh, have I got it muted? Yeah, I've got it muted. That's helpful. Professional. That's.
I unmute.
Oh, yep. No, you are unmuted. You are unmuted. Oh, Adam, clip that. Court is in session. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All rise. It's on regular speed at the moment. Hang on. Oh, Megabeth in the back row there. Lovely lady. Okay, so I'm already going to pause. Unless Beth has, oh, look, she's whispering, covering up her mouth. Yes. We be keeping our eye out for, when Beth does this. I presume it's this day because that's the outfit she's wearing in the photos that have circulated. Am I right? I could be wrong. It does happen. God save the Commonwealth. I say fuck the Commonwealth, right? Right. Okay, let's keep going. Free Karen Reid. Yikes. Rally should be said. Up. Let's fucking go.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Oof. Oof. Mellow. Yikes. I don't like to body shame, but she's putting herself open to it because she's a horrible human. So we'll attack anything about her, right?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court within and before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. I'll take the Commonwealth in this good court. Thank you, may be seated.
Okay, I'm just going to pause it there. Adam, just sidebar. That's the one. No coughing, no bumping of microphones. It's at the very start of the Brian Albert testimony, which is on day 10 of trial. Clip it. We're putting it as a soundbite. Let's keep going.
Thank you.
Sirens.
Good morning again, Counsel Ann Ms. Reed. Good morning, girls.
Fucking sirens, huh?
So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone over the weekend?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or not
Thanks, babe.
affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we met on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Thank you very much. We'll bring Mr. Albert back in, please.
So it's the second day of his testimony, yeah? Cross-examination.
Just watch your step on it.
Don't watch your step. Fall on your face.
Something the other the court and jury of the case they are here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You can take the stand.
Thank you, jury. Oh, Brian Albert, horrible creature.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, this process is not the first time you testified in the court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect?
Oh, fuck, he's starting already. Oh, by the way, there's 62 of you watching or in here, but only, I think, 30 through 45 likes. Could you please hit the thumbs up? Just X out of the chat for a second, if you're lurking, easy peasy, and come back in. That'd really, really help. This man is an animal. Ugh. First up, he's being evasive. First question. I hate that for us, but I love that for us because we get to watch it all unfold, knowing what we know now, right? It's very good. Very good. So here for it. Let's go.
In as far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath.
Yes.
You understand the gravity
Hi, Megan.
of perjury.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke
Hi,
to
Tracy.
Mr. Lally before Friday when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
So you've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time.
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time. No.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including the lawyer that you
Wrong button.
No.
Did you discuss any questions that you may be asked on direct examination, questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
69 in chat.
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep? For this
I
trial?
Mr. Lally.
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
Except for the prep for this trial, I had not.
Okay, that was my question, Mr. Albert.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes.
When?
Yes.
Approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay. Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
Oh,
What was confusing about
you
it?
idiot.
I was expecting you to ask if I had prepped with Mr. Lally. I didn't hear prep with Mr. Lally, so
I
I
was
didn't know
about to
what you were
say.
referring to.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, Since I didn't say prep with
Lies.
Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him.
Hi,
I just prepped with him.
Ricky.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
Whatever,
Tell
Ramo.
me about that prep.
You murderer. Murderer.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly where it was. I actually don't recall where it was.
Could it have been at the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was he.
Willful ignorance, MCAT. And also like father, like son, right? Brian Sr. is dumb as Colin. Allegedly.
Here
Come
at the
for me.
DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago, did you review any documents or any evidence in preparation for your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
What I said, I reviewed the video.
Well, now
Agree,
you're saying
Wendy.
you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any
Funkle.
evidence or documents,
Uncle Terran.
anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, correct?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you understand? Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try it again. What, if anything, have you reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the
Same,
waterfall.
Elizabeth.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
Yes.
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video, and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us, which part did you review with Mr. Lally?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling
Grab
around
assing.
with Brian Higgins.
Grab assing.
Fooling around.
Yes.
What does that
It means we were just fooling around. That's it.
mean? Fooling around like
Grab
like
assing?
arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just,
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance sort of like this?
I actually don't remember that part. No,
So does Adam,
Remember part of the video where
MCAT.
Brian Higgins took a fighting stance sort of like this?
maybe, yes.
When you approached one another?
I don't think I saw that whole video. No,
Practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry,
can
what was
have
your answer to that, Mr.
He
Albert?
can
No.
have that.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the video where you and Mr. Higgins were
Big
somehow
fat
fooling around. And how would you describe it? If it's not fighting techniques, how would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around,
Grab assing.
Doing what physically?
Grab assing.
doing, if you
Light
rephrase,
foreplay.
I mean, you could joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physical?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around,
Alan.
joking.
Oh, Alan.
Did you ever show him how to throw a punch?
Tell you what,
Oh, my
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that. No,
Did you squat down and show him how you want to get low? When you're
Did you
either
grab his ass?
aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose. No,
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
At some
Sure.
point, did you flip him around and grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have. I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you
Look
reviewed
away,
as
Miller's
to
a
your
wrestler.
review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation that we're going to have?
No, not like that.
Did he go over with you what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so. Yes.
What did he tell you might be asked?
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No,
The fact that you now reviewed that testimony?
no,
You stick by that testimony?
yes,
Yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
no,
Liar.
Anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
no,
Liar.
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
yes,
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
No.
So she came home after testifying.
Adam has mild wood for AJ, and I understand completely. AJ is pretty fucking smooth. Very sexy.
In this trial, and you two never brought it up.
No. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Mr. Albert, are you close friends with Brian Higgins?
I wouldn't describe it as close friends, no.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, correct?
Yes,
Works for the ATF,
he does.
the Department of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
It was a professional something at work. We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a
Fair, Adam, fair.
Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years, and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And he's the person
Yes.
that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
yes.
You had a
Sniff.
long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
Okay, I think I'm going to do a sniff count. Like, not mine, because I sniff a lot. Sorry. It's not defiance. It's just my nostrils are small. But that's a sniff of defiance. And perhaps, yes, shall we keep a mild tally? Mild chub? Full wood. Tally. Sniff tally. 1.
What's the question?
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022,
Stiff.
correct?
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you say?
Yes,
Consider that a road trip?
yes.
How long?
I think it's a sniff of defiance, but maybe.
I don't know
Debbie.
if it was probably
Cocaine
somewhere around
sniff,
4
maybe.
hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston,
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes,
What was the location?
the hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
Grab ass.
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize.
Thanks for
you stopped at a
listening,
bar and took a
Ruthie.
drink, correct?
Yes,
Did you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that,
Ew, I don't want to think about Brian Higgins eating. Piggy, piggy. But also, he didn't have anything to eat because maybe Debbie Blair, cocaine sniff. I guarantee you they were on the rack all day long at that funeral, drinking and coking it up. Sorry, YouTube, but yep. Wouldn't be surprised. I still think he sniffs in defiance, but yes. Carry on.
that road trip, or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever
I
come
know
up?
lots of
No.
puffy coke guys.
Without
Lots.
telling me anything that he may have actually
In my
said,
past.
did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
no, never.
Did he mention the fact that he'd been texting and flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No,
No.
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
no,
during that entire day.
no.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent thereto, right?
Yes,
How long after?
approximately 45 minutes, maybe.
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes,
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
I don't believe there's any. I saw video of them walking into Waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you. You saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes,
You were situated at a high top table, right?
yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
I'm going to confess something, not to a murder. That's up to them. They're McAlberts. But I've got to say, and I hated it at the time, but I can't remember who it was said before. He held up pretty well. I think it was Wendy or Debbie. Brian Albert held up quite well on the stand on cross-examination. I agree. And I hated that he was so... I hated that even to me, with my very skeptical eye, during the trial, I found it not credible, but I was like, he's good, but he's not good. He's very, very bad. Let's continue.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the
Stiff.
emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes,
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you. You two turn to each other and start this play fighting thing.
Hey,
yes.
Kerry. Yes, Taryn, he's very
So
used to it. He's a
that
very
time or sometime
skilled,
around there, at the high top,
experienced
you were
witness.
in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar,
Wendy.
correct?
Thank you, Wendy.
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No,
Did Mr. Higgins
No.
say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
no.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times. But every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant.
So rehearsed. He is remembering his lines right now. What do you think, chat?
And I would consider him to be a co-worker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family. And I had an unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. You remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
yes,
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Hearing in front of a grand jury, correct?
yes,
Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
yes,
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe
That's not in question.
I believe so, yes.
And you testified, but before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes,
Same oath that you swore that, in this trial, correct?
yes,
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
And you knew
Hi,
that you were
Moon
testifying
Goddess.
under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
yes,
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside. A female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
yes,
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. You remember that?
no,
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident.
Chat, if you're wondering why I'm dipping in and out of camera, it's because my dogs keep going to the back door, wanting to go out, not going out. So then I close the back door and then they go stand at the back door again. So love that for us, but that's why I keep dipping off screen for a second. Carry on. Alan Jackson. Wait, I'll go back one.
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
yes,
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
yes,
And the same oath you took on Friday.
yes,
Hi, Amy. Yes, he is a professional witness and
Is it true
liar.
that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
no, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes,
You read the whole thing,
yes,
and you don't recall making that statement.
no,
Yeah, Coach Young?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Sidebar.
Just please take a look at that.
sure.
Sure. Okay, so you are unmuted. No, you are muted. Yes. Are we watching for her actions in the back? There's a lot going on screen at the moment, but when the camera pans to the gallery and Karen Reed, we shall watch and see what she does when she does it, because she is absolutely, I don't know if she needs to give Brian Albert the who comes after Brian Albert? Can't remember. Someone. Brian Albert Jr., I believe, came after his father. So perhaps she was giving him the shh.
Yeah, Coach John.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, you had an opportunity to do that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole. You didn't read the whole quote though.
Quote the following question. So the female you had never met before, is
Could have
that fair
been.
to say?
Could have been Coco.
Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never seen, I'm sorry, I've never
Forever
met
ruined his
or
birthday.
seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never met or seen her before, and then you said, maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Check out his when he goes, no, that's not the whole sentence, with his big wide-eyed innocent face. It's giving me Wendy Adelson vibes right there.
That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying?
Nitpicking.
Were you saying
Nitpicking.
you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I've met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally,
Thank
I've
you,
never
Joe
met or seen her
McGee.
before, and the
Welcome to Shorties. I'll go back 10 seconds. Thank you for joining. Yay, members only emotes in the chat bar. And it's just a cool community. Thank you for joining us. Camp Shorty, y'all.
words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
Can you answer
I
that,
believe
Mr.
I
Albert?
qualified my first sentence with a second sentence.
So what changed between the first sentence, where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said maybe once?
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe
Hi, Pia.
6 days before this incident. Isn't that true?
No.
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th,
So I'll just remind you, chat, that on cross-examination, while the answers are telling and they can elicit, they being the cross-examining attorney, can elicit some interesting things. It's more the inference, it's more the questioning, it's the questions that are asked by the cross-examining attorney, in this case Alan Jackson, which matter the most. So we know what he's like. He's being evasive, and it will come out a liar and nitpicky on things, being a very difficult witness, a hostile witness, if you will. But it's the questions that really matter on cross-examination. I'll rewind it back to get the start of Alan's question, because that's my point.
before this incident. Isn't that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior. Yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
D-A-I-L-Y, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
100 people in chat, all watching and lurking. Thank you for being here. Have you hit the like? That would be amazing. Thank you.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there, correct?
Yes, she was.
In fact, go on my approach.
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the hillside bar?
Yes.
Publish this, no?
Okay, is it already in evidence or
It is
you?
not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first and then you
I
publish
have
it?
that marked as next in order,
Yes,
and then
Exhibit 67.
thank you.
You talk about the waterfall, Timmer. That place is very small. One day I'll go there. Okay, let's have a look.
permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes,
Thank you. You see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
Thanks,
And
Timmer. That'd be great. Send me a
This
pic.
was on
Yes.
January 22nd, 2022, about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Coach John?
yes.
Yes. She's
Albert.
so polite for a corrupt
Who
bitch.
took the photo?
I don't know.
You
Karen.
took the photo, didn't she?
Karen
I
took
have
the
no idea who
photo.
took that photo.
You liar.
Karen, you took the
Liar.
photo, literally staring right at her, correct?
Liar.
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think?
Liar.
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
Liar. He's a liar.
We can turn the lights
And
back on,
murderer.
please, and take the photo down.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it.
Alan.
He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry, I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
With the
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to know.
Okay,
So given the fact that you were never shown that, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture. I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to.
Lots of evasive, distancing, minimizing, and it wasn't me. I don't know. I don't remember anything. You're very right, Moon Goddess. Very right. Very interesting.
Show everybody.
Got it. So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Karen took the photo,
Could have
you
been Karen Reed.
Goomba.
Objection.
sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
You have to move along. Cross-examine how
you
you
were
like.
interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective
Yes. Yes, and tell the truth. Bev is quick to take anything up on the screen, down fast. True that. It's a theme. It's a whole theme throughout.
interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or
Liar.
not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
So without splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not. Maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her,
Right.
but certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
Amen.
We were there at the same time. Yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lowry's question.
On that note, the spinny bin, I have many questions about that jury alternates barrel. I want to know how many numbers are in that barrel. Didn't sound like many. Also, to my mind, choosing the alternates is a process of elimination. To my mind, in the trials I've watched, where there's that random selection of the sitting jury, they pull out all 12 or 6 sitting jurors' numbers first, and the ones that remain are the alternates. That makes sense to me. Putting in, I don't know, 2 numbers pulling them both out and going, boom, boom, whoopsies, you guys are the alternates. I have fucking questions. Nobody's really mentioned that. I thought it at the time, and it's not, I mean, that's not how we do it in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. Suspicious.
And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before, correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response, no.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response, yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury.
Thank you,
in June
Martha.
of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay, yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later,
Darlene's here. Hi, Darlene.
your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
It's referring to the state grand jury?
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
Good question, Steph. I do not know. Are there any other commonwealths in the United States? Is it the Commonwealth of Connecticut? Does anybody know? Who knows their US stuff? Like not me, but I'm sure they still want to be under the monarchy over in Massachusetts. Same here in Australia. Wild. We've had like 3 referendums in our history to become a sovereign country, not a part of the monarchy. Every time the monarchists, I don't know, people are scared. Massachusetts, maybe they want to still run themselves under the archaic laws of the United Kingdom, of the Commonwealth.
Okay. When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize
There we
the
go.
individuals in this clip?
Wait,
Yes.
pause. We'll focus on this, but yes. Pause. So, oh God.
Do you recognize that person?
God save Shorty. Taryn, is that the totality of it? Kentucky, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and Virginia? But also, what did Amber say? Did you say Kentucky, Amber? Kentucky, yes. Okay, so 4. Interesting. That's not many, is it? Too many. Goodness gracious.
Yes, I believe that's me.
You recognize that person?
I do. I believe that's the defendant.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Ava's mom, good to see you. Yeah, he makes us all sick. Brian Albert makes me sick. Same girl.
Did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her as she was answering you.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many.
Did you hear that? Alan Jackson got in before Bev. We can take that down now. Good one, AJ. You run this shit. Bev runs a shit show. You run your shit, man. Smooth like butter.
Conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
Debbie, there's a lot of us that think that that big bad Brian A is actually, oh god, I've lost my mouse. That he's actually Colin's dad. If not biological dad, gee, I bet you if Brian Albert Sr. could, he'd swap out Brian Albert Jr. for Colin Albert, because obviously, why would you want to have a sweet poor man with a mustache, tall, gangly, softly spoken giant as your son when you're Brian Albert, if you could have Colin Albert, the murdering thug? What a choice. A Hobson's choice. No, he'd choose Colin every time.
I didn't say the whole thing.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So
That's an example.
Shari's
what's
here.
your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations
Good to
with
see you,
Karen Reed
Shari.
that night?
I didn't.
Kim's
I
here.
do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
Did I see
You were
Laurie?
interviewed by Michael
Hi,
Proctor
Laurie.
on
Good to
January
see you.
29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days
Can
later.
you see
Yes.
him?
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
Hi,
But when you made
Rachel.
that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed
Shari.
had a photograph of you
Indie girl.
at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Nonna Robin.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with Michael Proctor.
Just pausing to say, hey, there's a few of you flocking in, whether you're lurking or in the chat. Thank you for being here. I love that you're here. We love having you here on Camp Shorty. Don't forget to hit the like button. It helps. It helps get this live stream out into the algorithm. And also, let's put a thumbs up for how much we think Brian Albert killed Officer John O'Keefe or was complicit in his murder. Thumbs up.
Michael Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
Objection.
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed in your grand jury testimony with, well, I'll use the date, in your April 2022 grand jury testimony.
Hi,
Or-
Sue.
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed
Thank you,
in your
thank
June
you.
2023 grand
What,
jury
the
testimony
duckling
as well,
high?
correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Hi, Karen Reed's innocent.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask
Objection.
the question differently.
Ask the question differently, Mr.
You
Jackson.
knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
Ooh,
Can ask in a
snap.
different way. That's sustained.
Snap. Yes, Alan Jackson. Yes.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
Shut up, Bev.
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
Yay,
That's
Jess.
the
Good
words
to
that came-
see
Those
you.
are the words that came out of
Mwah.
your mouth, right?
Initially, and then I remembered that I had met her once.
Let me just ask it this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false? That you had never met or seen her before? True or false?
That portion of that sentence is false.
Hi, Robin.
Let's get this on the record.
Let's get it on the record. Yes.
Did John O'Keefe come into your house at 34 Fairview at any time on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not. I wished he had.
And you're as sure about that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. Can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall.
Yes. Okay, so like I said before, it doesn't really matter what his answer is. The question The jurors heard the question. It sows the seed. Yeah. And they can decide for themselves. Sadly, they didn't do the best job of deciding. But anyway, carry on.
I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this,
Hi,
this
Rob.
specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset
Yes, Peter.
about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
Why is he wearing a fleece? I think he's wearing that to make himself look less menacing, less intimidating, more grandfatherly. It's absolutely a tactic, because without that, if he was in something harsher and more less slompy, he would look even more like a murderer. Allegedly. Definitely.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only
Well,
small
well,
portion
well,
of it.
Pat
Right. Even in
Sanford.
that small portion, and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody getting stubbornly drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature.
No.
They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others. Is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
Not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58. Is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Hi,
Yes.
Lorena.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
I mean, Colin also wore a sweater on his second day of testimony. Yes, Wendy. It looked a lot like this sweater. I don't think it was the same, but do you think he was dressing like his dunkle? Daddy uncle? Dunkle Brian?
Black?
Yes.
Less
Who rode-
murdery.
Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front
Yes.
that can hydraulically go up and
Yes.
down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
Sweetie's here. Hey, sweetie.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home,
She wishes.
wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So
He
2.5
does look
years
like
ago,
Cleven's brother.
So
Good
he was
one, Bob.
probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
Shari, we're going back for that one. I didn't catch it. I guess it's probably 30 seconds back. Hang on.
Okay. 12'10" or so.
that would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12'15".
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son Brian, and then he had 2 friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
Nephew.
I believe
Nephew.
17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago, so he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
Big boy.
Bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Everyone is Alan.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Micro
You
does
testified
do
that you went to
amazing
the bathroom
videos.
after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
down-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom,
Sleep ahead
wherever it
also
was,
does great videos.
you no longer saw Colin,
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
but you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't. No.
I'm going to sneeze.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m. Is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
Hi, Carrie.
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
I'll let
No.
him have it.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in
Thank
question?
you.
You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house. Right?
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment. Yes.
You may have a moment. Alan, you may have as many moments as you need. Take your time, sir. We are here for it. Pia. Pat Sabat, I wish you had been watching the show. Maybe we'd have some answers. Facts, Pia. Good one. Yep.
Can I approach him?
Yes.
You may approach. Whatever you want, AJ, whatever you want.
Show Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. Nobody believes him, sweetie. Nobody believes him.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's a right at the top of this.
Imagine
there's
having
a
to be
word that
nice
says
to
next.
Brian Albert.
You would read
Ugh.
that area, that next few sentences. Let me know when you're finished. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
We did.
Did you have a fresh
1.5x
recollection
speed,
about
Shari.
conversations you had along with your wife, with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night, aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says, yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter, Caitlin, left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris.
Shari, yes, he did 100% for sure say he did testify. Brian Higgins did testify that he plowed the driveway, which has never made sense to me. Here's my thoughts on that. I believe that Higgins did plow the driveway, but not at the time that he said he did it. So most lies contain snippets of the truth because it makes it easier to make those lies seem believable. So my theory is that it was later that he plowed the driveway when there was more snow on the driveway to perhaps cover up any footprints of drag marks and, I don't know, tire marks of cars coming in and out after everything was said and done. He plowed it then. A little bit of truth makes the lie easier. Chat, what do you think?
That's what the report says, yes.
Do you think Officer Lenk got it wrong?
Perhaps, yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lenk ask you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report, which you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Objection, Your Honor.
If that's what Officer Lenk recalls. he's just
Jesus,
wrong.
Lally.
Yes.
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't
Colin
believe
was
I
in
did
the
not.
house.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night.
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it a different way.
Sustained.
Objection.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't.
Because he was the one that hit Officer John O'Keefe in the back of the head with the hand weight. And he didn't want to say that about his son. I mean, nephew. Okay, Brian Albert, keep going.
there
Keep
for
lying.
the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him leave, correct?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave. No.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon.
Sun
noon, 12:30,
fume.
something like that.
Yeah.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank,
Hey,
you
Ducati
later
girl, good to
were
see
interviewed
you.
by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name was never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who's in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes. And there,
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over
Good
prior
question.
to our
Humor.
arrival, and I
Humor
But
rocket
you never even
science.
saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who's there and who wasn't there before you got there.
Wait,
I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
I talked over the top of him. Sorry, my bad. I hate that when other people do that on live streams. So apologies.
Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes. And there,
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females,
Females.
that were over prior to our arrival, and I
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who's there and who wasn't there before you got there.
I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that has been posed to
Yay, only 2 months. And yes, thank you everyone for being here.
you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't
I'll
believe that's
allow
how it
it.
was asked. No.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It was left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it. No,
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
in my presence, no.
I think that females is actually a law enforcement term, Rachel, but it doesn't sit well, does it? I mean, it feels very misogynistic, although I do think it's a law enforcement turn of phrase, to be honest.
let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well,
Hey,
according
James.
to Officer Lank, let me
Good to
rephrase the
see
question.
you.
This is Our colloquy back and forth. According
is
to
here.
Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report, yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct?
Jane, I think if you're on your phone, you won't be able to gift memberships. Oh no, you can. If you go to the dollar and oh no, you have to be on a device. Sorry, you have to be on a laptop or a computer. So and then you just in the chat bar, the dollar sign where you can do super chats and super stickers. There'll also be a membership gifting option. So you don't have to do that, but if you are able to get on a laptop and you want to do that, that'd be amazing. Growing our community, definitely. Oh wait, professional. Me. Not.
Correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
Okay. So, fine. Hypotheticals.
I'll take any
Let
motherfucker's
me ask
money
you
if he giving it away.
If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15,
Thanks, Jane.
that would mean
Mwah.
hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection. Gee, he really knows when he doesn't need to answer, doesn't he? He just knows. He doesn't even. He knows. I wonder if Lally, from his little table right up in front of his mummy Bev, is like, I don't know, shifty eyes, Brian Albert looking all around the place. I mean, on the upside, at least he's not turning to the fucking jury to give his lying answers, but still. Oh, wait. Wait. Thank you so much, Candy. Yes. Oh, my goodness, I'm not a professional. Yay. And Honesty got one. Congratulations, Honesty. Welcome to Camp Shorty. Yo. Thanks, Candy.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More conversation.
Yes.
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
Yes.
She was in earshot.
Yes.
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
Yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot.
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he.
It's weird how he even says Brian Jr. It doesn't say my son. Vermont Bread Smith says, what if Hot Pocket Megabeth was coaching Lally? Yikes. I mean, somebody needs to coach fucking Lally, right? Sheesh. Could be.
So he may not have been.
But he was there for part of the thing.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. Like Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not know.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until
Ernie, I believe that you are able to plead the fifth on certain questions. I may be wrong. I feel like that's correct, but I could be wrong. I believe you can, but it's not a good look, right? So you're better off just lying. Neither of them are a good look. That's a Hobson's choice. Do you lie or do you plead the fifth? Certainly wouldn't tell the truth. No.
nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this investigation?
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there.
Thank you,
Correct.
Megan. You
Objection.
can choose.
We've gone over
Objection.
that. Next question, please.
Next question, please.
Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them.
I think you
from
can
ever being in
choose,
the house
Steph. I
at the
do
same
think,
time as John
yeah.
Keith and Karen Booth, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jim McCabe's
Hi,
house,
Tish.
correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Hang
Objection.
on, Buster. Buster wants to go out.
Were you notified that?
No.
You knew the subject matter of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police
Wait,
investigation
wait,
was
chat.
going to occur
Sorry, I
at
had to
her
let
house?
the dogs out. Wait.
Yes.
He screwed up there, didn't he? Wait, go back. 10:20. He said he answered even though there was an objection and it was sustained. Play.
Of an interview with Jen McCabe was going to happen over, the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
See?
Isn't it true that you knew you
Oh,
had
it
been
was
notified,
she was allowed.
or at least
Okay.
you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part
My
of an
bad.
official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
What do you? I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
Hi, Michelle. Good to see you.
Correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
Y'all allow it.
No.
So
Shari makes a really good point here, as always. Shari always coming with the zingers. She has such a knowledge for the facts in things, Shari. I defer to you always. But hard for them to plead the fifth since they testified initially to a grand jury, then testified again with the federal grand jury. Hence their pauses. Got to remember what they said in the past. Yes, and why Jen McCabe also was always saying, can I please see, can I see the transcript? I'll remember it if you show me. Yeah, well, let's impeach you. But then Bev wouldn't even let her be impeached.
but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you in
Objection.
her house when Jen McCabe was interviewed by Michael Proctor?
Her house. Yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
Possibly. Karen Reed is
I
innocent.
believe so. Yes.
And importantly, Jen McCabe knew you were in her house during that interview, correct?
I assume she knew. Yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
Sniff, sorry. Good point there. I don't want to skip back. I'm very prone to doing that. Good point there, Super Squirrel. Hank Brennan. Sir, Hank Brennan, I'm talking to you. Loudly for Hank Brennan in the back. Drop all charges. Take the appropriate course of action. Amen. Amen. That deserves a little round of applause. Oh my goodness, if I could do it. If I could use my scroll bar. Oh, hold on, chat. I'm still getting used to a mouse. What I was looking for was this. Bravo, Super Squirrel. Super Squirrel. Carry on. Keep your line going.
I want to get back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th. Brian
Cullen
Higgins
was in the
directly
house.
Followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even though there were some moving of cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
Super
I
fancy,
think Nicole
James.
and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as
I'm
me.
a professional.
And then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
Pat, I feel like this has got nothing to do with Morrissey. I think the higher ups have chosen Whitey Bulger's lawyers to prosecute number 2. I could be wrong. Clearly, I'm on the other side of the planet. But yes, that's my gut feeling on this, that it's out of Morrissey's hands. He's just a puppet and a muppet and a meatball lover.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
Not that
You
I
didn't go
know of.
upstairs to the
Wait,
second floor, did you?
I think I
wait,
did go upstairs, yes.
wait. Excuse me.
Brian
Sorry, I'm
Higgins isn't-
sorry. What did he just say? What was that question? I wasn't paying proper attention. You don't, not that you know of? Evasive?
Out of the basement.
We just, whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
Grab assed.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
Not that I know of. Wow.
And you
Wow.
didn't go upstairs, to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house,
Prior to that night,
Hey, Dave, good to see you.
including that night specifically?
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes,
The German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes, mix.
Describe that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified that, quote, it started barking because it realized that people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
Right.
So your German Shepherd, probably a decent guard dog, if she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
You can ask
Obviously,
it
if Chloe hears commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only question.
No,
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever, Chloe starts barking when people walk into the house.
no, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark often.
Okay. But
Chloe.
she did bark that night, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs knowing about, right?
yes,
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert. not
Right,
mine.
okay,
Do you stand by those?
yes,
Sue,
You
did the
ultimately let
basement
Chloe
come
out
to
the
you?
bathroom, correct?
yes,
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
yes,
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
yes,
Hi, Lulu.
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about John's injuries and dog bites and scratches, in May of 2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can
Objection.
ask it differently.
You can
At some
ask it
point-
differently.
Your family got rid of Chloe.
Chloe was rehomed in May.
And we can
2022.
use whatever word you want to. Rehomed, rehoused, whatever. But you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Yes. Yes,
Right.
Alan Jackson.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe,
Rehomed.
May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident that we're discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's
You know what, Laurie? I'm sorry that it affected you so deeply, this trial. Laurie says I got put on anxiety meds because of this trial, for real. I had a lot of lost sleep, It troubled me so deeply, which is one of the reasons why I decided to, from the very first day of trial. I knew about the case of the questionable death of, hang on, sorry. Yes, Buster, you can come in there. Come on, quick. Great. Sorry, Buster's such a baby. He couldn't get in because the blinds were this much lower than his head. He couldn't duck his head. It filled me with much anxiety, much distress, much concern. And that's why I started to use my voice on Twitter, on X about it. I don't as much these days. I'm much busier. But yeah, it's very concerning. And if you haven't already, watch my panel discussion last night with Jen Root, the sister of Justin Root, and Jason Broyles, aka not Haley Walbrecht, and Beatrice, where this is much more concerning than just what's happened to Karen Reid. And the injustices being continually served to Officer John O'Keefe. This is a huge problem. And while I think of it, let me just stop sharing this for just a moment and share a different thing, because I've got a lot of you in the house right now. So it's a good opportunity to talk about this for a tick. So stick there. We're going to go straight back to testimony of the lying, murdering Brian Albert. But however, tomorrow, not tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow. This week on Wednesday, on the 13th of November, between 2 and 5, outside the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, there is a standout, coming together to end the corruption within the Norfolk County DA's office, to stand in support for Karen Reid, and to show outrage about the handling of the murder of Officer John O'Keefe, Sandra Birchmore, Justin Root, and Trooper Enrique Delgado Garcia. So if you are able to be out there in Canton on Wednesday between 2 and 5, I would really strongly recommend that you do. If you can't be there, I suggest sharing out this flyer and this information. I've put it up on my community tab on my channel, and yeah, just that. It's a really important cause. Let's show the powers that be that that this is not okay, that we are outraged. Carry on though with the trial. Thank you, chat. If you're lurking, thank you for lurking. If you're in chat, love it. If you're on replay crew, thank you. We are stronger together, yeah, and looking over this revolting man's testimony.
That's also after the incident.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years?
Approximately 6 or 7 years. Not sure.
Your explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and
Thank you, Amy.
Sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital.
So Tommy CPU and Boston Mike will be covering the standout on Wednesday if you can't make it. So stop on into their channel and show your support from afar. I will try to be there. I'll be at work. 2 o'clock? I'll be getting ready for work. I'll be there, Amy. I'll be there in spirit and virtually. Yes.
The hospital. Yes.
Yes.
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's.
Objection.
Correct?
Objection.
At some point, you did realize
But wait,
there were questions
see
being raised
nay.
about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Did you realize
I'm
that?
just going to pause this for a moment to highlight. Nay's been a member for 2 months. Here we go. Oh my goodness, I cannot use this scroll thing on this mousy thing. I'm such a boomer. Yay. Yay. Ugly prick makes your skin crawl. Yeah, same. Oh, whoa. I'll carry on.
Bye.
Thank you for being a member for 2 months, Nay.
Heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met him.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house, from the street, looking at your house, are your bedroom windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2, sir, said that?
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display Exhibit 66?
Okay. I'm going to press pause to read this comment from Eric. Don't check my house, sleeping. Get rid of dog and phone, sleeping. Demolish basement, sell house, leave to New York City. Guilty people do that. Albert's actions make Karen innocent. The corrupt are scared to talk. Amen. Amen to that. Amen to that. That gets an applause.
Do you see what is displayed on that television?
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they?
Yes.
Okay. Upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those
Hi, Mike.
overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay. Front lawn toward the left side of the house, not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right. So they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. I think you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook.
Thank you, Alan Jackson, for making it clear for the record, the spoken record. So few times was this ever done in this trial where they let the record reflect that the witness is pointing to this. Let the record reflect that Alan Jackson doing it. Love it. Love it. Law nerd for life.
Look, this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn,
Yes.
furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
We can take that down. Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room, as relates to the windows?
If I recall, honestly, Dunkin' Donuts wasn't open that morning. I think that was the consensus in chat when we reviewed Julie Albert's testimony. My brain could be misremembering, highly possible. But chat, I'm sure someone in chat here now will clarify.
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would be in the middle of the bedroom.
Okay, bad question on my part because we haven't done that. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet. 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And
Thanks,
she was
Timmer.
sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
No,
That
she
mat
was
is
already
also about
gone.
6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
No. Chloe was already gone. Caitlin already took Chloe. Yeah. Caitlin and Tristan? No, wait. Yes, my brain. She wasn't in. I mean, it's ludicrous. If Chloe was there, she would have barked for sure. A very reactive dog. Guaranteed. She wasn't sleeping on the mat. But anyway, thanks, Alan. He's pointing out that it's ludicrous to suggest that Chloe wouldn't have barked if she was right there.
6 feet being from me to Miss Little. Maybe this far?
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes.
Maybe this far?
Maybe.
Yeah, this was for me, this point here that Solo Dove has said. What I want to know, why didn't any of the people inside that house get up to look outside? Wasn't the birthday boy there? I mean, I guess they're all told to do not go out. Nothing to see here. We are not going outside. I guarantee you that Brian Albert Jr. wouldn't be going against Brian Albert Sr.'s wishes. But this here was the main thing. This and the fact that no one came out of the house that morning, 34 Fairview, and the marks on Officer John O'Keefe's arms were the two things for me that were like, I was like, hell no, pre-trial motions, hell no.
A relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of
Caitlin and Colin
No.
took
a
Chloe.
busy
Thank you,
freeway
Mark.
or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
Right.
Where were you at 6:03 on the morning of January 29, 2022?
I was sleeping in my room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives?
No.
Sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep
I think
apnea
it was
machine?
Tristan.
No.
Were you
Yep.
wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
Wait. Allie and Colin together Caitlin and Tristan together. Tristan came back, even though he had to plow snow that morning and had to get up at 3:30. He basically went 40 minutes back to where they live, then back again to 34 Fairview because he didn't want to have the hassle of Buster, you can get in. You can get in. Sorry, wait. Buster, you can come in. It's easy. Jeepers, baby. He's such a big dog and he's such a baby. Yes, so I think that I believe it was that. So Ali and Colin, Ali took Colin, but Caitlin and Tristan took Chloe. And that makes sense because Caitlin is his daughter, Brian Albert's daughter. So Caitlin and Chloe would have been, familiar. It was a family. She was the family dog.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles we're parking in now.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles up front?
Right.
No.
Hey, Nina.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines running?
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing lights?
No.
Were you aware that there were a number of first responders outside their vehicles traipsing around your lawn?
Was I aware?
Were you aware at the time?
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her lungs at 6:03?
No.
Pat.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is.
Evasive. Nay, where did they take her that night? I think Tristan and Caitlin took Chloe back to their home to get her completely away from the whole situation after the whole fracas, the brouhaha, the murder. Chloe did good. Without those marks on Officer John O'Keefe's arms, we maybe wouldn't have been so skeptical, so suspicious. So I think that's that. Back to their place.
She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she was sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Objection. I don't know.
Oh, she
And
sustained
your
it.
explanation. And by the way, we've already.
Good point, Steph. For a cop, he has really bad retention of memory for details. This is willful ignorance. This is lying. This is not a police officer for what, 20, 30 years? Absolutely has, without it's just programmed into him to notice everything and to retain that information. This is willful ignorance. My mouth won't work.
We've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Exactly,
Yes.
Mike. Exactly.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door.
Thanks, Dave.
And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors that you go in, correct?
Yes.
For purposes of my question, Mr. Albert, I'm going to talk about the one that's right in front of you, the obvious one, as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house is the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
I'm not sure, maybe 10?
10 full paces.
Maybe, yeah.
So
Not sure, huh?
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it.
Agreed, Nonna Robin.
What was the basement used for in January 2022?
Murdering people, just quietly. The jury, Nonna Robin says the jury didn't even pay attention to the important evidence and they made up their own scenario, but the prosecution did not prove any of the case. I know, it's wild. It makes you really wonder, doesn't it? Makes you wonder. My mouse keeps being silly. Yes, if the lights came through my blinds, it would wake me up. And by all accounts, people who visited 34 Fairview, streamers and people in chat, it's a very small lawn. The neither the photos, the true real actual photos of that residence and its front lawn, nor Microdot's amazing sort of digital reconstruction or imaging of it don't properly show how close it's really close. It's really close to the footpath, really close to the road. So yeah, absolutely. This is all bullshit. I call bullshit, Brian Albert, you lying, murdering dog.
So the basement had a weight room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
Bye, Shari.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up.
Yes.
We'll be here a while.
Opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
Yes.
There was also some plywood downstairs.
Yes.
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
Yes.
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
Yes.
Okay, so Dave has said to us, pay attention to the next 5 minutes. It's wild and maddening. We are paying attention. Noted. Thank you, Dave. Drive safely. Pull over to add more comments into the chat.
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
Yes.
heavy weights,
Yes.
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
Yep.
Hi, Mona. Oh, Marissa. Sorry, my brain.
Once you're
Marissa.
down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
Yes. Not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'll allow
Could you
it.
rephrase the question?
I'll say
No.
that. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes. I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
Oh,
there's a-
snap. I remember this. Obviously, we all remember this, but excuse me, chat. I just need to say this. Holy shit. We're going back. Holy shit, we're going back. Dave was right. Thank you, Dave, for the heads up. Oh, yikes.
2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
yes, not a long staircase, very small, but
Right. I mean, it's narrow and tight, but in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
Oh,
If you
how do
wanted
I
to move
answer
something
this?
large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes. I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out?
It comes out to the backyard, right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes.
And directly
Turn.
through that side fence
Hey,
is the
girl.
front yard.
Yes.
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask at this point to mark a video Can I just move on?
Yes.
Okay. Wait. So, Pia, good question. I tried to articulate this and I did it very poorly on one of their recent We Need to Talk live stream testimony reviews. So, what are the grounds of the objection? We will never know. So, Andrea Burkhart put it very succinctly, and I'll post the video that I clipped from Andrea Burkhart's talking about Delphi, but she referenced Bev, and she said, basically, the reason why you state your grounds, legal grounds for an objection, is to protect the record in the appellate court, so in the appeals process. So, Bev has, by all accounts, quite the record for having rulings overturned in the appellate court. So she's learned from that, it seems, and she is by ensuring that the attorneys do not state any grounds for the objection. It gives a vaguity to her rulings, and so if there's no grounds, she can't be ruled as making the wrong call on those objections. That's why. I'll post the video because Andrea Burkhart, obviously amazing woman, said it way better and more legally, more betterer than I could, but that's the short and tall of it. Sydney Sue's in the house. Good to see you. Not a good record, exactly. The vaguities mean that it can't be overturned on
Mr.
the
Jackson,
grounds.
would you like to take a morning recess?
It's protecting Bev.
Good night. Yes, thank you.
It's protecting Bev. Okay.
Court, all right, please. Here's put down your notebook. Follow me, please.
Jeno says, yeah, I'm Delulu and went back and counted objections. Mind you, I could be off a couple, but 841. Do you mean just in this testimony, Jen? Wow. That's a lot. That's a lot. Nay says, get the flock out. That bitch, that beast, the mega bitch reigns supreme. Yeah. So Bev is basically covering her own ass with those no only state objection, no legal grounds, and definitely no speaking objections, to cover her own ass in the appellate court, the appeals process. So that. We'll keep going. I'm just going to see if they say anything before we. You are muted. Oh, poor Karen. Ugh.
Thank you, maybe see.
Do you anticipate having it all on a flash drive to put in? All right.
Andrea Burkhart does have a beautiful mind. I love her. Love her. You are muted. Thank you, lady. I am often muted. Definitely.
The morning recess check.
Thank you, Sydney Sue. Okay, we went muted. Stop sharing for a second. Stop sharing. This. Let's get it. Hey, there's so many of you here. Thank you so much for being here. Lurkers, love your faces. I presume, can't see them. And chat, thank you. Replay crew is Bay. Chat is Bay. Love it. Okay, let's get, the fan. Wait, do you want to see the fan? We'll get to the fan at the other end of it. Okay, a little bit of only fan. Press pause. This and that. Hey, while I think of it, give me a second. I need something. Y'all regulars, we'll be back in a second, but wait a second. Jeez. Thanks, Adam. Perfect timing. Okay. So we'll go. We're ready. We're queued up for the next one. Hide the comment. Didn't mean to leave that. You're looking beautiful all today. Thanks, Sydney Sue. Yikes. Oh, wait. I got to share it first. Yeesh. Present. Share screen. This. this. Next door dogs are barking. Fantastic. I love that for us. Press play. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thumbs up if you love it. Only fan. Government cheese. Got it. I get so hungry during these live streams and my tummy starts to grumble so hard, so loud. And so I feel that you all could probably hear it if I don't have some cheese. I also have good cheese. This is just my streaming cheese, plastic government cheese. Don't call me Sarah Boone, y'all. Yes, Jen. Thank you for stopping by. Catch the rest on replay. Yes. Taryn says, I'm eating canned squeezed cheese and government crackers. I love it. The fan, Laurie, the fan. Yes, yes, yes. The hard work, the sticker. Okay. Yeah, good point. Thanks, Jess. Gee, you're good to me. Wait, let me find the correct. Here, this. Wait. So we love Karen Reid, right? We are horrified by what she's going through. Let me just stop sharing for a second. This and this. So if you would like to make a donation to the Karen Reid Defence Fund or her Venmo or PayPal, I don't have the PayPal or Venmo details, but they are on the Justice pages, and you would like something to show for it, don't really, just contributing to her Defence Fund is enough. But this here is a sticker. There's only about 100 left now. I thought they'd fly off quicker, but yeah. Designed by me. It's like a high-quality vinyl sticker. You could put it on your car, on your laptop, if you're like Grant Smith Ellis, wherever. If you make a donation of $10 up to $49, you can get one of these stickers. $50 to $99, 2 stickers. $100 or more, 3 stickers. All you need to do is take a screenshot of your donation and send me that screenshot, whether you email it to me, it's mitchshorty@gmail.com, in Discord, Twitter, Facebook, Messenger, however. And I will have one of my amazing helpers send out the sticker or stickers to you ASAP. Steph and who is the other person? Emily, your stickers have been sent. Finally, Steph, sorry about that. And yeah, so that's that. Thanks for reminding me, Jess. I would love to get them all gone. We've raised over $2,000 thus far for Karen Reid's Defence Fund through this sticker initiative. So please, buy one. No, I don't touch any money. Just make the donation, send me a screenshot, boom. Thanks, Jess. You're amazing for reminding me. And the stickers are cool. I have one on my hard hat. Yeah, I wear a hard hat in my real work. In my real work, my peasant work life. Okay. Here we go. Hear ye. You are unmuted.
Dave, please receive your quarterback.
All right, are we all squared away?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, did you speak with anybody at the break?
Just my attorney.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
Yes, it's the bulkhead
Yes,
stairway.
Angela.
The stairway
Yes.
that you earlier described for the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
I would have asked to have this marked as next in order.
Hang on, you check it. Exhibit 6. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes.
move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
Yes,
Here we go, the bulkhead.
As what you're holding right there, that exhibit.
it does. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? So what that is?
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time, right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah,
Scott
I got it,
McGinnis
yes.
is in the house. Good to see you, sir.
Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs.
Yes.
And that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, it was in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
He just said like a sandwich.
Okay, that's that photograph.
Cheese sandwich?
Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order. Court's permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one. Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a
Muted.
second at a
I
video.
wonder
and
if he's
describe if you
wondering.
Recognize what's in that video.
I would love to be inside Brian Albert's head at this moment. Like, how the fuck did they get that photo? What the fuck? I'm fucked. All the fucks. Suck it, Brian Albert.
I'll probably play maybe 5 or 10 seconds of it and then pause it. If that's okay.
Okay.
Court's permission?
Yes.
Pause. Do you recognize what's depicted in that video, at least up to that point?
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead
No.
doors
Lol.
are different?
The whole
No.
thing looks different to me.
Let's go to the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That's a gate
Okay. And what does that gate open up to?
to the front yard.
So the area that we're looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding
Thanks,
the way
Eric.
the bulkhead
Take
doors
care.
open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different.
Okay. So, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement.
Yes.
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement.
Yes.
In
Yes.
other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this.
Let's play it. Ooh. Oh.
Shit.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring your lights up. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door.
Absolutely, Sydney Sue. Jackson did it to unsettle him. See, he is hesitating when he answers the questions. Amazing. Love, 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 love. Carry on, Alan.
Turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built a house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
It was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you listed that house for sale for the first time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it. Yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing?
Is
a
what?
coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing. Actually, we contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a coincidence.
It's not a coincidence because we started trying to look into selling the house in 2021, which was the few months prior to the incident.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes,
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold the title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yes,
You're not just a regular patrol officer. You have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
yes,
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
yes,
You have experience and training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. The civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes. I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes,
Find the
some,
mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
Objection.
Steph, yes. We are going to do Pooper Proctor. Yes. Trooper Proctor. Yes. I've got scheduled next week. Amy in Boston and I are going to be covering the Nagel Bagel testimonies. So Juliana Nagel and Ryan Nagel. Amy, I'm trying to line up Mr. Betterow to come on with Jen Root and myself and Jason Broyles, aka Not Haley Walbrecht. It might be next Saturday night. So if like I have to defer to Mr. Betterow's availability, obviously. It could be the weekend after. So it's at this point we've got the Nagels next Saturday night, same 6 p.m. Eastern. But and then I was going to do Trooper Paul after that. Probably one of these we need to talk episodes a weekend. But yes, we will absolutely cover Trooper Proctor at some point. So many, as my little boy used to say. So many.
Do you have that training, sir?
no,
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No,
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene.
no,
Objection.
Would be interesting.
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
no,
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
no,
In other words, the fugitives that you chase down and try to find, you don't try to utilize electronic data to go after them?
sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
I mean, things like GPS data and phone calls, and text messages, communications, things of that nature, obviously.
Yes, yes,
Sure. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
yes,
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple
I'm working
years.
on it, Amy. I'm
And Mr.
working on
Elmer,
it.
You were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Data, correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
I'm back. I just had to close the front door. The back door. Yes. Cut the shit. You have no training in anything, seriously. He's certainly not a trained fighter, according to his wife. Nope, not a serious fighter, not a trained fighter. Sir Jackson, yes. Oh my God, I locked one of the dogs out. Hang on, doggy. It's Buster. You guys need to stop coming in and out. I'm trying to be like a professional here. Albert's life these days sucks. He had better times. Good. I hope it sucks hard. No training. Jackson needs to show. Wait, pull that up. Put that there. Oh, my mouse hates me sometimes. Yeah. Jackson needs to get his training records from the Boston police and ask all these questions again. Well, if the trial goes ahead in April, he will have the chance to ask them all again. Yes. Most suffer from diabetes, but he suffers from liabetes. Excuse me. That's funny. Yes. Butt dials incoming.
All right, please. Follow me.
I'm muted. I got to let the dogs in.
Thank you. May be seated.
Right, and I am going to see if his counsel here, he has a right to be present in the courtroom.
May I step up for a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Yes, she's awful. Juliana Neg, when she says lally, lol, can't wait. Mike Boyer, how has he featured on Boston's Finest with no training? Good question, man. What kind of a detective are you? Good question. Is it a rhetorical question? All right, what are we doing? Why is Brian Albert often cited as helping solve the Boston Strangler case? Wasn't that years ago? I don't know, Margaret. Good to see you, though. He's a detective? What? He caught the Craigslist killer? Ugh. I mean, good, but no credit. No credit to Brian Albert. He's also a murderer and a brutal beater of those with whom he has beef. Scott says, all will go wrong for involved in this cover-up. I agree, Scott. Akin to a ship at sail with a foolish captain. Impending doom awaits. Absolutely, Scott. We will manifest the shit out of it.
I'll go off the bench.
You go off the bench? She needs a claw. Bev needs a claw, a white claw. Okay. Only fan. Let me see. Let me just skip through. I don't know how long it goes.
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
My bad.
Albert,
Madam Court Reporter, iconic.
you are currently represented by Mr. Hennig.
Yes.
Seated behind me. Gentleman right in the,
Yes.
who's in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
For the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022 at the state grand jury?
No, prior to.
Very good point, Carrie. Just choking on my vape smoke. Carrie B said, helped with the Boston Strangler and Craigslist killer, but couldn't help Officer John O'Keefe on his front lawn.
The other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure of the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Or did you get a subpoena for the other hearing?
I did.
Okay. Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just
I
trying to
believe
remember
so.
the time, and I can't remember it.
So you did not hire, well, you're all right. I think that answers the question. Not representative.
I'm going to see at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
Up, sidebar. Hey, while I think of it, let's do this just for a sec. We're not going anywhere, just while they're at sidebar. Oh.
Ever feel like you're living in a mystery? Looking for a place to talk about the unexplained and the downright weird? Welcome to Adam Drives Helen. We've got the wildest ride every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night. And tonight, guess what? You are the guest. You heard that right. Adam Drives Helen is a live stream call-in show where you can share your stories, theories, or just take a seat for the ride. Right? I mean, that's what Adam Drives Helen is all about. Bringing the unbelievable to life with real people and real stories.
Miss Shorty said ha 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 ha. Ernie Byers said Miss Shorty is a turd. Adam Drives Helen is a turd. Said Shorty is still being naughty.
They're gonna go to hell.
Smiling pile of poo. Smiling pile of poo.
Catch it live on Land Pirate Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday because, well, there's no telling where the road might lead us.
Pretty cool, Adam. Look at big Megabeth there. Megabeth, shuffling her seat, adjusting her beautiful cardigan. Ay. They're still at sidebar. I'm watching in shock. He never sleeped through Officer John O'Keefe's death. It's bullshit. Absolutely. It's all lies. All lies. She has the hot pocket saved in there. Yeah, shoved in there. Absolutely. Megabeth. LA says, I would love to see the other cases Lally has tried to find out if this was weaponized incompetence to purposefully confuse the jury or if he's always really bad at this. That's a really interesting thing. It's really hard. I tried to find the mind blank chat. You'll remind me the case of the police officer who was killed by the guy. Bev oversaw the trial. It's nowhere. Scott will tell me. Thank you. You can't find it. It wasn't streamed. Devastating.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
Thank you. You had received, I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice on Commonwealth letterhead indicating that you were not to destroy or in any way manipulate any data on your cell phone?
Thank you, Debbie.
Or the phone itself,
Chesney.
or to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone?
I do not remember getting that letter. No.
I'm going to read this for the record, Your Honor, if I may, with court's permission.
Yes.
Did you receive a letter that said, in essence, not even in essence, it should be quoted as the following?
Chesna.
You, Mr. Albert, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022. And
Thanks for
February
being here,
28,
Amber.
2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the North.
Wait, is that true? Lally was a prosecutor in a traffic court before this case. Well, yes. It's okay, Debbie. You're thinking of Kenny Chesney, right? The guy, the singing guy. My brain didn't even remember any of it. So there you go.
Pursuant to Mass are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17.
You're here now,
For the
Judith.
production of any
Thank
cell
you.
phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. Period.
Yikes.
The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones.
Ernie, he was a prosecutor in traffic court, Lally, Mike said. So interesting. From traffic violations to corrupt sham murder trial.
At issue, period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So
Yes.
after that, they told me via a phone call that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I know you want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was Mr. Lowry?
Sorry, I
alone
was
or
clearing
was it
my
a conference
throat.
call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve Nelson and other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us, please?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the DA's office. So either Mr. Lally or Steve Nelson, somebody
Hi,
like that.
Larry.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what exactly did Mr. Lally say to you during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week conveniently. I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was
Upgraded.
destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
I upgraded my phone.
when you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your new phone is handed.
The Steve, oh my God, the Steve that he spoke of. Wait, let me go back a little. I think it was the liaison-y guy, the guy that intermediates or words.
During the course of that conversation about preserving your phone.
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week conveniently. I don't have that phone anymore.
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
Jess says, by the way, if Higgins was under surveillance / watched, oh my goodness, when he threw his phone away, the Department of Military that works with the Department of Justice and the FBI called the criminal CID. They often collect trash. Yeah, I don't know if they had to have known. They had to have known, but maybe he said it in a deposition or the grand jury. I would presume that Higgins testified to that stuff previously in the grand jury.
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert,
Liar.
I upgraded my
when
phone.
you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone is set back to factory reset before your
Steve
new phone is
Scanlon.
handed to you, correct?
Thank
Happens
you.
every time.
I don't know that.
So if you have personal texts with your doctor, personal communications with Mr. Henning, your lawyer, you're just gonna hand that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think some things are come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir, but the phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
Years,
How many times have you upgraded your iPhone?
multiple times.
Every single
Multiple
time you upgraded. You know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
That's a backup.
no, I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, You
Okay.
didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that, and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You
What was
didn't
the
offer
question?
To Mr. Lally that you
You
had gotten
heard.
rid of the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a judge's order.
I did not.
And you didn't seek any advice from, I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did. No.
Hi, Gigi.
Sure.
Sure, says Bev. Sure. Steph says, I'm just a detective. What do I know? Investigators today prioritize. Wait.
At some point-
Pause. Sorry, Mr. Jackson. Investigations today prioritize most, not eyewitness testimony, not hearsay, not conjecture, but IP addresses, email accounts, phone numbers, and wireless routers. Yes, exactly.
You indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my phone, but I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
Right?
You certainly wouldn't allow
Liar!
some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What do you honestly think happens to the data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm
It's
sure.
destroyed, sir. Correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
You just said, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
Wait, this isn't what I thought it was, right? I thought this was going to go for much longer. Wait. You can see me doing this. Wait. Where are we up to now? I can't remember.
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer.
Okay. Okay, so. Sorry, apologies.
Personal stuff on my phone. But I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. Remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone.
Sean, good to see you.
You got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you?
Thank
assume that?
you. Yes,
because
it
he
is.
took the phone and has it.
And what do you think happens to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use common sense. What
Sir,
do you honestly
use your
think
common
happens
sense,
to the
y'all.
data on the phone when you turn it in and upgrade your phone.
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir. Correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
Sir.
You just said, the data is not there.
Some data, I guess, isn't. Yes.
No, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally. any
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes.
Okay, so stop sharing for a second. We'll find the new bit. That's that. Change this. I'm a professional. Lol. Plain stupid ain't working. That's right, Candy. That's right. Dave says, come on, Brian, cut the shit. I'll say it. You can just type that stuff. I'm going to find the next bit. This is where, whoa. Short recess. Jeez. We're back. And we're back. Share screen. This and this. Sorry, I just thinking out loud. Thanks, chat. Back to it, chat. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
This,
Isn't it
Scott,
true
absolutely.
that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following. Your Honor, if I may read this.
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R Crim P 17.
Thank you. I knew it was an advocacy thing. Making Changes said Steve Nelson is the victim advocate and should not have any contact with a witness. They are for family only. Exactly. I had a feeling that he was referring to the victim's advocate, the intermediary person, but not. You're right. Not with witnesses. So fucking dodgy.
For the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022. And or any data associated with those cell phones.
Thanks,
the hearing
Amy.
on this Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in Courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue.
Mike, that's my pleasure. Thank you for highlighting people's comments in the chat as much as you can. It's very refreshing. Of course, this is a hive mind here. We're doing this as a group, as a community, to see what we notice now, to pool our resources, to clarify things, to I guess to have fun together doing it, if that's the right thing to say in this situation, this corruptachusetts, as Massachusetts, as Scott McGuinness likes to call it. It's my pleasure. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. What's the point of me live streaming if it's not to engage with y'all, my family, my friends, my Camp Shorties?
You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
Oh, Bev,
I'm
snap.
happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
Approach. I'll clear my throat and then they'll go silent. So LA says the Craigslist killer was solved mainly from his data and security cam footage, but he doesn't know how that works, even though he investigated the case. Very good point. Very good point. Why my mouse doesn't want to play nice sometimes. Sue says, when he gets more red, I can see his liver spots more. Yeah. I don't want to see anything more about Brian Albert. But yeah, he is under the spotlight right now. We need to talk Brian Albert. And if the FBI can't figure it out, luckily they have nerds like me who are also great at catching overlooked financial fraud and where it leads. Yes, Jess, you're good. You're very useful and very beautiful and very lovely on many levels. Thank you for all your work and your help. Sure, yeah. Okay. Scott said, oh, sorry, something just fell down in my bathroom. Loud. But wait, I'm pausing because Scott has a good point here.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, my mouse hates me. So Scott says, all we are seeing now is simply a corrupt state perpetuating a fruitless and wrongful persecution of Karen Reed. Ill-fated and stupid. The hubris, huh? The hubris is wild.
Stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Right.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Okay. Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
What rephrase the question, please?
Oh, rephrase
This
the
order
question.
just-
Wait. Amy. Yes, wait. Amy says, didn't Coco come across as a battered woman? I don't know. Something tells me she is damaged by him. Absolutely. Watch my Coco Albert stream, girl. Nicole Albert, We Need to Talk. I think it was the second of these We Need to Talk series. First came Kerry Roberts. All very helpful reviewing of these testimonies, and 1 quadrillion percent. Battered woman. I don't know whether physically battered or emotionally battered, but she is a broken woman. Absolutely. I feel for her on that front. And we talked a lot about in that stream, or I did, about the nuances of her situation, and that it isn't necessarily black and white. That it's all good and well for us to say she should say something, and she should. But given what I believe to be the dynamic with this menacing character here, this awful man, I can't imagine if she is has been coercively controlled and or physically or emotionally abused by this man over their lifetime together, whether she'd be in any position to be able to stand up to him and do what's right, as much as that should be what she does.
Just stipulated, this order is dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory.
Mary Jo, yes. Rehomed and upgraded. Very much distancing language, softening language, minimizing language. Yeah. It's so obvious.
Happened. You upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded your phone in your life? iPhone.
I'm not sure. 4 or 5 times, maybe.
You're aware that when you turn a phone in and you upgrade it, the phone that you turn in, that data is factory reset, meaning it's gone. It's destroyed off of that device, correct?
Hi,
I think
Emily.
some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud.
You know exactly what
So
he
the
means.
old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Wait, listen to how furious for Alan Jackson to lose his cool like this. Wait, back 20 seconds. Love the J and the L button. Again, whoever told me, and then Adam reminded me that L and J is 10 seconds back, L is 10 seconds forward. Thank you.
Backup data onto a cloud. Talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right, although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
Are you claiming that you got rid of your phone on the 22nd?
I upgraded my phone around that. I'm not sure if that's the exact date, but yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No.
Could have been the 25th?
No.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved?
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So you now claim that you got rid of the phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing.
Alan had to do
I had planned on
this.
getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that coincidence?
Jackson had to bring himself back into the Zen moment.
Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had
Broken
planned on
and
getting a
failing.
new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Oh, if that's not the most rehearsed line I've ever heard, let's listen to that again. Fuck.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sustained. Huzzah! Here's my new phone.
You were asked at another hearing in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote,
Hi, Aaliyah.
so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or
Objection,
days,
Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it? Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
Oh,
I'll
we've
let
just
that
tried.
stand.
Hey, just while we're here, one other thing. Let me just, while everyone's here, this is important. Hang in there. This coming Wednesday on Wednesday the 13th, between 2 and 5, there is a standout coming together to end the corruption at the Norfolk County DA's office to Stronger Together. So in support of Karen Reid and in outrage over the handling of the Officer John O'Keefe, Sandra Birchmore, Justin Root, and Trooper Enrique Delgado Garcia cases. Disgusting. So if you are in the area and you're able to go, please attend. There's signs there. You don't need to even have to make a sign, but just be there. If you're not able to go, share out. I've made a community post on my community tab with this poster. And also Boston Mike and Tommy CPU on their Seeking Justice channel will be streaming it live. So show your support that way too. Absolutely. Let's keep going. Oh, wait, I forgot to share the screen. Shit. I'm a professional. Back by a 10. This and this.
Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Could be.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You testified at the other hearing in June of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my personal phone, but I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
Maybe,
You're not ruling
darling,
out the
maybe.
fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there.
Same MCAT. I'm like 8,000 miles from Boston. I'll be there in the live with on Seeking Justice on Tommy CPU and Boston Mike's thing. So we can every little thing we can do. And also, if you haven't watched my chat panel discussion last night with Jen Root, Jason Broyles, aka Not Haley Walbrecht, and Beatrice, it's something. It was a really it was an honor to have that conversation with those three amazing humans. So check it out on the replay. There was a lot going on YouTube last night, every night. But yeah, give it a watch.
There were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not. end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When that took place?
I think so, yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. When do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones,
Thanks, Adam.
right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed the fact that you both wanted to get rid of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
No way,
Your
Northern
testimony
Andrea.
was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir.
Sir.
Correct?
Correct that that's what you read.
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Let's shift gears. Sit here. I know there were conversations about.
I don't think I could remember during that testimony either.
Fucking clown.
I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Faith palm.
All right, let's shift gears.
One more. I just want to hear the sigh. I talked over it. Sorry.
Higgins, have a conversation about your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
All right, let's shift gears. Before I shift gears, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without qualifying your answer my question. As you sit here, you're aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone.
I know at some point, Brian Higgins,
Yes or no, Mr. Albert?
did he?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Next question.
There's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Objection,
me
Your
too.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever to properly investigate anything, the better chance that evidence can be manipulated or destroyed, right? You would agree with that?
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensic
Wait. We'll get back to you in 1 second. Oh my goodness, such a professional. Shizer. Welcome, North End Andrea. Thank you for joining. Welcome to Camp Shorty. Heaps of cool members only emotes in the chat. And yay, welcome.
Forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did an investigator or
One more
forensics team
time.
in your
Too
house
good.
ever to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Objection, Your Honor.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
No,
Did an investigator or a forensics team ever come into your house to search for trace evidence?
no,
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
no,
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
yes,
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
yes,
You're a combat veteran?
yes.
How long
Yes.
were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years?
For yes.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes,
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
no.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat, no.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes,
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Wait, good question. Humor Rock Insider says, is there another court video online that shows Brian Albert testifying in court as a police officer in a case to put up against his cover your ass testimony here? I don't know. I'm not the best researcher, but I'm sure someone in chat would know. Okay, so Beach Nance says, I love your streams, but the moving pink and blue lines are aggravating your migraines. Yes, they aren't for everybody, so I'm sorry about that. But what you can do is pinch, if you're watching on a phone, pinch in and zoom in, so it crops out the moving neon. I'm sure you can zoom in on a laptop or a desktop. So yes, that's a way to get around it. I'm sorry if it's aggravating your migraine. I had a migraine all yesterday and live streamed for over 5 hours. So I'm sorry that they're hurting your migraines. You could listen. That's not very helpful. But yeah, try the zoom in.
yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could, yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
Okay. And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase.
You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past and I've trained to box, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I'd get a heavy bag.
I mean, sir, your intro, the intro to the Boston's Finest featured you with your hands wrapped in the boxing ring. I mean, novices don't do that. Am I right, chat? Am I right? Anyway, carry on, liar.
Right.
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors, disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were, in fact, no?
That they were featured in a show? No.
You've never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper.
Hi,
I
Nicole.
was asking, is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question?
Yes.
And you have been shown. I use the word featured. You've been shown on.
I mean, most people like the layout. I love the layout. We have other layouts, but as Debbie says, the zoom in works great. And then you get a bigger image of me and an even bigger image of Brian Albert. It's win-win-win. Lol. I mean, sure. I love it. It's my channel. But if you hate it, if all of you hate it, we'll change it. Yeah.
On television in a boxing ring,
Yes.
sparring.
I haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Can you enhance that?
A big drink of water for his parched mouth.
Pause. Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Thanks,
Who are
Mike.
those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
We can go ahead and play that.
Wait, Margaret, are you saying you've never seen this video? Wow. Okay. It can't be that. It can't be that. We've all seen this, haven't we?
Let's get ready to rumble.
The whole grab assing looks so much worse once you watch the breakdown of the
I've got
whole
one more
waterfall
to take,
scene.
but I have
Yep.
a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Thanks, Catherine. Oh, whoa.
I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor.
We
Let's
all
take it
have
down and you can put
questions.
the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what
Okay,
was
Bev.
displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so, no.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No.
Any explanations?
No, just,
Just show you the clip and
yeah, I just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
Fooling
Okay, so you
around.
didn't make an explanation. You've given him
Yeah,
an explanation for it.
right. I said, I think we were just fooling around.
Okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
Just fooling around.
Yeah, just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
Oh, snap. Sue says, I just found this quote from Brian Albert. Violent felons will do just about anything to get away. Project much, Mr. Albert? Big bad Brian A.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing.
Got into a fighting stance as well, correct?
Yeah.
What were you two talking about? You tell you talking.
Yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him advice on the proper way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
No,
You giving him some advice or some indicators about how to best position himself? If someone's
Exactly,
taking
Holly.
an aggressive stance against him?
no.
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him bob his head and then start walking up toward you like a boxer might, correct?
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, pulled your the pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would that's indicating being silly.
Okay.
That's
and then at
not.
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day, 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds.
Oh my God, my mouse is hating me. I think, isn't that, sorry, let me just go back to my screen. Oh my God, my mouse today. Yikes. It says no, Shorty, no. Professional. Bob Weir says, why didn't they show Higgins asking Officer John O'Keefe to step outside? I hope they do in trial too. I believe that's the bit that Alan Jackson referenced in his closing arguments when he said, make sure you look at this timestamp of that video. Because if you recall, Bev wouldn't allow, we're watching it, Bev wouldn't allow any narration of these videos, only watch and then talk about afterwards. So yes, but yes, they will do things differently in trial 2 if there is a trial 2. Reese, good to see you.
Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with a hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, go ahead and play this.
Better late than never, Reese. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up, everyone. It's 267 likes, 270. Thumbs up.
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No, I don't think.
Control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging
Don't let
somebody?
the dogs out.
That's just a
BRB.
silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go ahead and play this.
Thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Love ya.
Solid. Do you see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if it made contact or not, but.
Mr. Elmer, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
Right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't.
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around, just like I was.
Fooling around.
Man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus. That's probably not the same as a high five.
I love Alan Jackson. He's great.
What is your
job.
question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar
Being
together,
silly.
we're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's
Wait.
all.
There's
Wait.
a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see,
He just said they were good friends. Didn't he say at the start of his testimony that he and Higgy weren't particularly good friends, even though they'd known each other for 15 years? Interesting. Interesting.
anybody else in that video?
We'll go back.
Describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together, we're good friends, and we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Objection. Amy, yes, so much wasn't allowed in the trial that would have given more context. I am planning to, gosh darn it, my stupid peasant work obligations to do a real job 45 or 50 hours a week as well as this. But we're definitely at some point going to do some streams where we go over the pre-trial motion hearings. I think that would be really important for that context. Yeah, Amy? But yes, 100%. Honey P, agree.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, play just a little bit longer. Almost finished.
I do not think so, Holly. They're not still buddies. Higgy avoided him like the plague. Look at these dingleberry douchebag goombas. Scott says MSN is a huge obstacle for our army of truth seekers. They are constantly in the way and forever spreading disinformation. A major foe, and they all have a bully pulpit. Absolutely. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Thank goodness for YouTube, huh? The real truth seekers.
Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video? Do
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
you remember anybody else? You know, Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
That's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
A very good point here. Don't like really thinking about it, LA, but it's wild that these people drove to New York City for a funeral. Well, it was a funeral, but did they attend? I'm not sure. Drank all day, and I would put to you that they probably sniffed it up all day also. Went bar hopping, drank all night, went to bed in the wee hours. They didn't go to sleep, but okay. And aren't early 20s. Who believes that Brian got it up that night? Like, one's in the chat if you reckon Brian got a stiffy. Two's in the chat if you think that there's no way his coke and drink 50-year-old dick was working at all. One's if he did, two's if he didn't. Yikes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location at about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone.
Hey, am I muted? Probably. No, not muted. Maya, we're not really talking about Diddy, so I don't think anything to do with Diddy is necessarily relevant to what we're talking about here. Definitely support free speech and the right to talk about whatever you like, but we do try to stay on topic here in Camp Shorty Chats. It helps me stay focused, and I am very easily distracted. So let's just stay on topic if that's okay. Thanks, girl. Thanks, girl.
Phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed
Bob, MSN is mainstream media.
after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants, at bars, then at a get-together at your house. And when you go to bed,
So
you
no
don't
hard
charge
on for
No.
Brian Abbott
I
that night.
had the phone in the bed with me.
why would you have the phone in bed?
We have 5 kids, and you know, if somebody was trying to call, if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine. No.
So
Karen,
you're worried about having
3.
your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Thanks, Jess.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
Hi,
That night,
Rich.
the phone was on the bed.
Hi, Karen.
No.
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone in the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in bed. sometimes
Exactly,
you put it on the
darling.
charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
Don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that
I'll skip back a little bit because I wasn't concentrating, me. no nookie. Also, drinking all day, no nookie. Also, married for 20 something years. I don't know. I can't see Nicole Albert ever getting frisky about anything, not just sexy time with this thing. So yeah, it's going to be a hard two, Dave. This and then yes.
That night, correct?
Oh, so let's give it back.
Yes.
Wait.
I, of course, I remember the phone being on the bed, reading glasses, and my phone in bed with me.
Get together at your house.
Okay.
And when you go to bed, you don't charge your phone.
Oh, Maya, I'm
I
sorry.
had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missed the joke, and I did see after You're good. Sorry. I take it back. Carry on, but still topic reminder. Everyone. I think we need to do this. everyone. Me included. Me included. Sorry, Maya.
We have 5 kids, and if somebody was trying to call, if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone in the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery needs to be charged, whether or not you charge it.
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery, but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes.
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
I could swipe
Yes.
myself
You weren't
out,
charging
James.
your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
Right.
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
But I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
Okay. So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes.
Right between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Got it. Your phone have a ring?
Wait, Amy. Oh, you're a funny girl. That's funny. Amy says I can safely say I have never had someone dick dial me while they are having sexy time. Thank God. Ew. As long as you've got like some disinfectant wipes for your phone. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, this is serious. We're being serious, chat. We're being serious.
Have a ringer on it?
It does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed and put it on ringer?
Objection.
Objection. Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right, so that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr.
That's
Jackson.
sustained. That's stricken.
What else? Is in
Come
the
on
bed?
now. Let's hear it again because it must have been good.
Can you answer that?
It's on vibrate. Yes,
Vibrate.
Your phone have a ringer on it?
it does.
Ever thought about maybe turning the ringer on just in case the kids need to get a hold of you?
Sometimes it's on vibrate. Sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah, depends on you. You just put it on ringer. Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed and put it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
All I can answer is that I sleep with my phone in my bed. That's just what I do.
Same.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
One more
All right.
time for the dummies.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
All right,
I
so
s-
that's sustained, that's stricken. Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No.
Just the phone and your glasses,
Yes.
and Nicole's phone,
Yes.
right between the two of you.
Usually, yes.
What about that night?
Yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Ooh, it's spicy.
Yes.
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35
17
seconds.
seconds.
Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
No.
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
Yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
Inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
Kind of like a butt dial. All right. How long have you used
Butt dial.
an iPhone?
A long time.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it's all right. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Dial.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th,
Butt dial.
2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
Yes.
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
Yes.
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
Yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate situation, I'll put it that way, with Nicole at the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the
Darlene, I believe that Higgy decided to no longer answer calls or texts from the McAlberts, distancing himself, self-protection. I mean, he started it, so. But yeah, that's my understanding is that the friendship fractured in the aftermath. I think it was before he was. Scott will know. Someone will know. I believe it was around about the time of one of the grand juries when he was being subpoenaed and That's what I understand vaguely.
butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony? Let me just ask. Is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's what caused you to butt dial the phone at that time at 2:22 a.m.?
Objection.
I'd like to show you an exhibit briefly. They have just one.
Yes.
I guarantee you that Nicole Albert gets migraines, but it was Julie Albert that had the migraine. Sitting up in bed, waiting for Colin to come home with a migraine. Can attest that it's very hard to be upright when you have a migraine in any way, shape, or form. You wouldn't be going to the waterfall to be in a place where there's a live band playing. No migraine. But it was Julie, not Nicole.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm not in my business.
Yep, it's like 5 minutes before Super Squirrel.
Sir, I just want to find out if this refreshes your recollection. Look at lines 11 through 13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
He called Higgy. Yes, getting Higgy with it. Yes. Hi, Chad. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Absolutely. Back to the migraine comment. LA, Stephanie. And for her to change migraine to just a headache tells me she doesn't know what a migraine is. Like nothing grinds my gears harder than anyone referring to my migraines as a headache because they're so different. They're so different. A migraine is a migraine is a migraine, and they are the worst. Lifetime migraine sufferer here.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that?
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing you indicated that at or around the 2:22 time frame, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it
Ew.
reads.
Could be, Gigi, when the feds got involved, the Great Divide. Yes. Yes, maybe the federal grand jury.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, with the court's permission, let me ask a couple of questions. Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Mike, I presume that's to me. If you want to email me something, my email address is itsmissshorty@gmail.com. Itsmissshorty@gmail.com. It's in my channel description on my channel homepage. So yeah.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. So Michael says, so he was naked in bed. His phone is set to photo ID to unlock itself. The phone moved from all that sexy action and saw his butt and unlocked itself. Then the phone called Brian, correct? I mean, apparently, and then accidentally Higgy answered it, but didn't speak to him, but answered, and then but called Big Bad Brian A back. Darlene, I have my phone in my bed with me because as soon as I wake up, anytime in the night I wake up, you all are messaging me and commenting.
That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's.
We may do Brian Higgins' testimony. I don't know if any of us can suffer through all those fucking text messages, but my all-time favorite Bev line is, "Did she ignore you?" Oh, the shame. Ghosted.
Permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. You just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before. Yes. I don't know if these exact records are not.
All right. And you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888.
Excellent,
correct?
Mike.
Yes.
Excellent.
He's
a dictator.
And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call?
Ernie, my phone and both my vapes. Vapes under the pillow, phone under the pillow, charging cable in, but I ain't getting no action in my bed, so that could be it. Just the dogs and the cat. 2 dogs and the cat and me like this, all squinched up, like losing circulation in my limbs.
That call rolled to voicemail, and then you immediately hung up.
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call.
Sorry, I'll go back a bit so we can get some continuity here. But there is a way to butt dial somebody. It's if you don't lock your phone. If you put your phone back in your pocket or do something and your phone's still unlocked, so the screen's there, and I've butt dialed people. I butt dial Adam all the time, poor man. And I've also, yikes mods, this is a nightmare. I've butt timed out people when I used to moderate my many channels when I was at work, and I'd be in the chat and I'd have to put my phone back in my pocket and continue and work, like actual work. And one time I butt timed out, or I pocket timed out about 6 people for like 1,800 seconds in the space of about 2 minutes. Yikes! What a nightmare! I felt so bad.
Is actually
also that time I timed out Turd Ferguson. Sorry, Turd, and someone else. I think was it Steph
from Brian Higgins to you. Is your
oh, sidebar. I went back too far. Oh, we'll get the continuity at least. Lol.
Yeah. Yes. That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before, yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right, and you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th?
Yes.
At 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second.
That would be the call, the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail, and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
God damn it, I'm muted. I bet he takes so many dick pics that his phone thought it was facial recognition. Lol. Also, I'm a professional because I was muted, and that's pretty standard for me.
So according to you, it was a butt dial that went to his phone that somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect, yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that to be a fact. I just know I didn't answer the phone call.
Okay.
I missed the call. Yes.
That's what I mean.
Right.
You missed the call.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
Okay. And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Josh.
Do you know
Read
that?
these
I
back.
don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? After your wife calls you, your kids call you.
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you've missed a call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call, yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day that oddly Brian Higgins was calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
His voice just cracked then. Interesting. Michelle Smith lurking. Girl, you lurk away. I'm glad that you're here in some capacity, lurking. Scott said, Brian Albert is busy lying the entire time he's on the stand. Talk about a piece of shit. Yeah, right. Just, evasive lying, sidestepping, mincing words, splitting hairs. Ugh. Worst. Oh, what did I just do? Yikes. Press
Aware of
play.
that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Objection.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and your phone was you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr.
Ew,
Albert. That's
Darlene.
important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, I also have face recognition too, so we can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second. The phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Yes.
And then to make a call, once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call. Favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page, the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
Where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
No
Yes.
way.
You
They
either
weren't
scroll through
banging.
or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
You didn't do that, did you?
No.
I literally, I would bet my entire YouTube channel. There's no way they were fucking. There's no way. There was no way they were fucking that night. There was no way they've been fucking for years. Hard no. There was no sex tape going on. He couldn't even get it up. That's no good sex tape. Yikes.
No.
No.
If you tap favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I
I think
am.
so, yes. I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contacts in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Are you saying that from your closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins?
Scott, yes. Attorney Alan Jackson, I have much respect for him. He knew he was against a corrupt system and judge. Not an easy sea to navigate and remain professional. So frustrating to watch. And his elevated tone and excited, not as in yay excited, but like agitated state says a lot. I mean, he's calmed down a lot, but I mean, just having to face this bald-faced liar, murdering sack of shit. Ugh, the poor man. No, not the poor man. Bravo, Alan Jackson. And how fucking frustrating, right?
Objection.
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
Is that what you're
No,
saying?
that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying. How
I
did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
What is your-
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls.
Do you? What a fucking idiot. You shouldn't be doing it often. Most of the people in my chat have never butt dialed anybody. Yeah, I do have it on 1.25x speed, but I also, LA, I think Jane might have been funny just saying, say it slower. This man doesn't understand shit. I can slow it down if you want, but we will be here for many, many more hours if I do.
I could have hit a last call from him by accident, thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time?
I was awake, and I could have been looking at my phone.
So, Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me, and we were
Having
hanging
sex?
out, and I never
Hanging out or
got the second
sexy?
call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay.
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
We're not all guessing
Well,
here.
you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least got voicemail and then hung up the phone.
I think one of us is trying to guess.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection, Your Honor. Sidebar. Objection, Your Honor. Oh, Lally. Objection, Your Honor. What did Better always used to say on the Young Jerks, that it sounded like Lally was passing a kidney stone whenever he said objection. Yeah, no way. But he's a detective, folks. Can't control his butt or understand how an iPhone works, right? Absolutely ridiculous.
Are you now saying that your phone was open and unlocked at 2:22 a.m.?
I'm saying I could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked, and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
Liar. Liar.
You would agree that in
Liar.
order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer?
Good. I'm muted. Yes. Sue says, I'm a little behind, but he says he didn't take the call because he didn't. Someone else did, right? Who took the call? Nicole? Nicole was cleaning. Couldn't have been Nicole. Was it Chloe? No, it was you, Brian.
A call from Brian Higgins?
I don't
need to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button?
Great.
You can't just look at your phone. And presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer? Was the phone unlocked, and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes.
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't.
need to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You do know that that phone will not answer on its own, correct?
Yes.
And simply touching your butt will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
Objection.
No,
Did Nicole, who else was in the room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes. But Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No.
Chloe, the non-human, didn't answer that call, did she?
No.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One more question.
Now your testimony is you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing in June of 2022, you were asked this exact question, and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked, after being confronted with these records, quote, yes, I could have talked to
Objection.
correct?
I don't-
Wait,
I don't recall saying that. No.
wait. Let's listen to that Lally objection.
After being confronted with these records, quote, I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins.
Lally.
Correct?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
You can
We
answer
did
that.
not say that.
But let's be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes.
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jim McCabe about 6:30, correct?
Yes.
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
No.
Hard no,
Is
Lizzie.
it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
Yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. After you were awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
Turd.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes.
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
Yes.
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
Yes.
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that same?
Yeah, Dina, same girl. It's tricky trying to find different testimonies. That would be handy for someone, not me, to write out an order of testimony. I'm sure there is one there. Could we Google it? Order of witnesses in Karen Reid trial. I was typing. You couldn't see me. Good idea. No.
7:20 a.m. call.
I informed him of what was going on.
Wait, what I do is I just Google, because I'm looking for specific testimonies when I'm doing these We Need to Talk episodes. So I just type in like Brian Albert's testimony, and then and then it'll pull up the YouTube thing, and then I find out the day, and then I'd make sure it was not whether it's the cross-examination, whether they're in 1 day or 2 days. But I don't know if there's a list out there. It could be a corner of the market that we could grab somehow. Don't know how big. Well,
Him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day throughout the day. You called.
Yes, there's a witness list, but I'm not sure if it's in order because they have a witness list and they call them at, depending on availability and stuff. So I'm not sure. I'm sure it's out there.
Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
Yes.
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m. Spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
Yes.
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yes.
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes.
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
Just this, yeah. Some creators find it disrespectful to mention other shows while live, understandably. So, yeah, I mean, like YouTube is a full place, and I realize that we're coming up to 9 Eastern. So, a certain doctor will be going live soon. You can stay or you can go, up to you. but I guess this is rather fitting to play right now.
The white curb is for the immediate loading and unloading.
This is a gentle reminder. YouTube isn't an airport, so there's no need to announce your departure. If you're ready to take off to another channel, go ahead. No boarding call needed. We'll be here whenever you're ready to tune back in. Just catch us on the replay.
Yes.
Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
Yes.
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
Trying to find it.
Take your time.
Pretty cool, huh, Michael?
What time are you referring to?
3:24 p.m.
I see it. Yes.
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for 1 minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m. spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day, spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz.
That all of my bumpers, all of my graphics, all of my everything is done by Adam Drives Helen. You should give him a subscribe. And if you know anybody who would like any similar stuff done for their channel, Scott McGinnis, tell Turtle Boy that Adam could level up his channel astronomically. But yeah, so we have creative brainstorming meetings, Adam and I, and we think of fun things to put together, and Adam makes them because he's fucking amazing.
And spoke for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls. No.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course. It was a horrible
Thank you, LA.
situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There were a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert.
Kenny
Were those many
Berkowitz.
calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, jury. We're going to send the jury out.
Oh, jury out.
There's actually, why don't we take the lunch? I'll see counsel inside that.
Court, all right, please.
Sidebar. Hey, Brian Albert, if there was a dying cop on your lawn, what did you do? 0. You hid inside your house, you piece of shit. Amen, Scott. Amen. Darlene, I've always used Android. It's been nearly impossible to dial for about a decade in my experience. Yes, Bev to the rescue. Absolutely. Fancy that. Sidebar. Paul O'Keefe needs to maybe lay off the beers at the, what's that club called? Nonna Robin says, I already subscribed to you, Adam. Good woman, Nonna Robin. He's good. He's going back, starting live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays from Monday.
All right, so we'll have the lunch and recess then.
Lunch and recess.
All right.
You are muted.
muted.
You are muted. Thank you, lady with the voice. Okay. Court TV. Thanks, Court TV. Love your stuff. No stupid banners. It's really great. Oh, wait. There's a little bit more. What am I doing with my life? Another 40 minutes-ish. Come on, where's the fan? Gosh.
Is there, can you just but than you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
What? Why is there sound but no image?
Waterfall, at some point you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes.
Oh, redirect. Okay. Don't mind me. Talk amongst yourselves.
You are muted.
Are we?
So-
Or unmuted?
Mr. Jackson, if I had realized that you only had a couple of questions left,
unmuted.
we would not have taken the break when we did. So,
May I proceed?
please.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicate that you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not
Why?
aware that was the first date that I appeared on this case, and it was nationally
Why?
televised?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you aware that
Why?
that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was
Wait.
a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustain.
What did you know about the hearing
Oh.
date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Okay. In a little bit earlier in my questioning,
So-
that you did not recall saying something to
Chat, we've got audio, no visuals, so we'll just keep playing it, and then the video starts back up again. Yeah, is that all right? It's Court TV being random.
the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone
Oh,
calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how you were going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls?
Dina, could you please email that to me too? Is that all right? It's missshorty@gmail.com. Thank you.
In any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustain.
Have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know why
Thank
we
you.
don't see anything. It's just Court TV on a break. Can you guys hear it? Just play it. It's fine in a second. Thank you, Pia. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you.
were
Thank
there
you.
with friends and family.
Oh, here we go.
correct?
Yes.
You
Huzzah!
weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
Yes, it looked like there were other people at the table as well as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my.
LA, yes. I also am a serial throat clearer. I blame these very healthy vapes. But yeah, like yuck lally. Yuck lally. Madam Court Reporter, we salute you. Iconic. Love your work.
My relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asking questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home
Yuck.
on
Brian
the
Albert.
January 28th and January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant,
Chat, ask and you shall receive. Adam has very kindly, behind the scenes, made a slower neon background. I mean, thank you so much, Adam. I like the faster one, but let's give this a go and see if y'all like it better.
meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they may not particularly want her around them.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist's rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
It does, Adam. It feels funky.
When Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral. Is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty, and that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to,
Oh, Bev.
you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple drinks, correct?
Thank
Yes.
you. I got
And
it.
then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Yes.
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was.
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside your house?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about?
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
Oof, Scott.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what, if any, kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what, if any, security or what if, was it open? Was it locked? How was that left?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the middle thing to lock it, and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information. Are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include text?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2020?
Scott, I think you'll find the majority. There's no way Chloe's in Vermont. Chloe is over the rainbow. R.I.P. Chloe. No one wants to believe it, but there's no way she's in Vermont. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Oh,
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
Strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
Close to 20 years ago.
Now,
Pat, that's been debunked that it's a different German Shepherd. They have a younger, different looking German Shepherd. But yeah, Pat said there's a chance Chloe is alive, living with Colin, Caitlin, and Tristan and Easton. They've been spotted with a German Shepherd. Nah, it's not Chloe. Chloe be over the rainbow.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics. Is that correct?
Yes.
Hey, Brent.
Something
Yes.
standard that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer.
Yes. And within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your house, where you used to live, 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything,
Hi, Kings. Good to
did
see you.
observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
Hi,
Was that something
McAlberts.
that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife sometime after 2 a.m., do you recall whether or not the phone screen was locked at that time? Were you checking that at that particular time?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened sometimes and then it was closed, obviously, at some point, but I don't know the exact timing.
No,
The phone may
darling.
not
No
have been locked at
fan.
the time that you began that situation with your wife.
It may not have been.
With reference to the call logs and phone records that you were shown, best of your memory, is that the entirety of the phone calls that you made around that time?
No, it looks like it's selective people and numbers.
And with respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated
The
as
awful
well.
thing that had taken place. The awful thing that had taken place.
Can I have one moment?
The awful
Conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those
What,
people in the
if
logs
any?
or other people in general?
in general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and
The awful
there may have
thing
been
that
other
had taken
calls
place.
unrelated as well.
Can I have one moment?
Yes.
Definitely a cheese break incoming, Adam. Definitely.
Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I have nothing further on.
Okay.
So we talked about cell phone reception not being good in your house. When did you and Mr. Wiley talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's two.
so you brought up the fact that you had that cell phone reception.
Hang on, chat. Hang on, chat. Adam picked it, and now all I can think about is cheese. Give me un momento, por favor. We back.
Reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes.
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office?
The white
Now your
curve
memory is
is
refreshed?
for the
Yes.
immediate loading and
This is a gentle reminder. YouTube isn't an airport, so there's no need to announce your departure. If you're ready to take off to another channel, go ahead. No boarding call needed. We'll be here whenever you're ready to tune back in. Just catch us on the replay.
Thanks, Scott. I don't even know where you could be going, Scott. Say hello to Dr. Forrest.
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally?
You're good, Scott.
in the lunch hour?
You can do it.
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that you had cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was.
Mr. Albert.
Oh,
on
God.
The early morning of January 29th.
Jesus, Lally.
2022.
Very briefly.
Okay.
So we talked about cell phone
Focus,
reception not
focus.
being good at your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
The what?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's two.
so you brought up the fact that you had that cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes.
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office, and now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to Mr. Lally over the lunch hour?
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that you had cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours and your conversation
Damn it!
consisted of-
Muted!
Another 10 minutes.
Cheese. I
Yeah, I
blame
think
cheese.
he was going to lunch or doing something. So
Talk about substance abuse.
no.
Damn it. Muted. Fucking cheese. I was saying, really, Brian Albert, really, such a fucking liar, but it's lost its impact because I was muted. Anyway, carry on. Jeez.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect.
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
He
Just
asked you about whether or not you had that cell reception in the house?
no.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for us to get, for the defense, to get access to your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Good to see you, Mary. Late, but hello. Love the bumper. Thank you. We're going to portal everybody into Aidan's chat, by the way. So if you want to stick around to the end, you will be funneled, buckle up, straight into Aidan. I think Bev just said, all right, Mr. Albert, you are all set.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay,
there it is.
Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Thank you, Jerry.
You're
Fuck
next
off, Brian
witness,
Albert.
Mr. Lally.
You're
Yes.
next to Mr. Lally. Okay, we did it. Hey, chat, we did it. I timed that perfectly. Adam's going to set up a portal. And we're going to all funnel in and say, Shorty raid, Shorty raid. Please, Adam, please set up a portal. Yes. He's doing it now. Hang in there. A teleport. Yes. Make sure you all say Shorty raid. After you've watched Aidan, maybe come back in and leave a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Helps get the stream out into the YouTube world, into the algorithm. I will see you all next week. Schedule's still to be determined. My glasses are crooked because my ears are crooked. That's great. I love that for me. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. We timed it perfectly. Make sure you say Shorty Raid when you get to Turtle Boys chat, please. And thank you. I'm going to assume. Oh, look. Thank you so much for tonight. It was fabulous. Yes. Thank you all for being here. I love your faces. I think oh my God, now I can't see anything else other than my crooked glasses. I think we all agree that Brian Albert is a murdering liar. You're welcome. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Ernie. Thank you, Turd. Thank you, Jess. Thank you, Amy and Amber. It was a long one, another long one. I really love your time, energy, vibe, chat. You're amazing. Best chat on YouTube, hands down. Love your faces. I'm absolutely going to shout it from the moon. Shorty raid. Yes. I don't want anyone else to leave. So I'm going to end the stream now and we can all be portaled. Am I good to portal, Adam? Tell me we're portaled. Hang on. Here we go. There'll be a song. Listen to the song. Love your faces. I presume it's ready to go.
Our sister, survivor and warrior. Miss Shorty shows care and concern, broadcasting out of Melbourne. They've been streaming for a while, and they know they make us smile. He knew love from 8,000 miles away, 13,000 kilometers never got it away. Half the world apart, but united in the heart. Both are uniquely complex, bravely seeking what's next. It would be an easier goal to maintain the status quo, but sincere in their beliefs, for us to find our love and peace. They've been streaming for a while, and they know they make us smile. Been streaming for a while, and they know they make us smile. He knew love from 8,000 miles away, 13,000 kilometers never gotten away. Half the world apart, but united in the heart. Both are uniquely complex, bravely seeking what's next.